live! Welcome! Hi, nobody! Hi, Ruba! Let's switch over to the regular mode. Make sure my camera's working. Alright, we're good! Hello! Leaning back so far. Ruba says I'm actually EP, so... That is not a tongue twister. Why am I struggling with this? I'm actually so EP sleepy. Oh. Are you doing okay, Ruba? Have you been getting enough sleep? Have you been sleeping enough? Sleep's important. Take it from a sleepy box. Or maybe that's just big sleepy. Ruba says I had no coffee. Oh no! No caffeine. Caffeine is, no joke, pretty addictive. Nobody! Hello! Rubo says, also had a doctor's appointment today, and had blood drawn. Oh, jeez. Oh man, those blood needles are horrifying. Sorry, I have a low-key, There's very little that scares this fox. I have a very limited sense of self-preservation. Needles are one of those things that always make me... yeah. Not a fan of needles. Not a fan at all. Fatal Error, welcome! I'm just putting on my, my artist kit. Lassitude, hello! Revo says, I mean, I donate blood, so needles just make me a little tense. I want to donate blood, I really do, but I'm worried that I'll pass out. As much as I'd love to, I really do think I'd probably faint, and that would be, that'd just be a pain in the ass for everyone. I don't think, yeah, I think as much as they want more people donating blood, they probably don't want people fainting while doing it. Reverb says, I'm so hyped for tomorrow. Oh, what's happening tomorrow? Wait, you mean for the Gobblemons? My tea went cold. I need to heat this up. Cold tea should be illegal. For Gobblemon, yes. Oh, wonderful. I have many things that I need to do. My to-do list is horrifying. Fatal Error says, hi, I've just woken up. Today in the morning, I barely slept. Oh. Well. Hi. Hope you, can get some sleep soon? Maybe? Later? Revo says, like backpacks. Backpacks is gonna be wild because I don't wanna... yeah. Actually, so I've really been regretting not adding in, Biomes Aplenty. Sorry, man, I'm cooked. Yeah, Biomes Aplenty. I've been messing around with it a little bit on a separate instance, and yeah, it would have been so cool to have that mod in. But yeah, I don't want to add any more mods until we've got a, like, an update, you know? Because it's a bit of a hassle for everyone to reinstall the mod pack. Alright, it's a hassle for me to get everyone to reinstall the mod pack, and there's always like one or two people who just pop in on the day and say, Fox, how do I do the thing? So I liked it, yeah, I'm gonna wait. Fatal Error says, same, I got some rare berries for the farmers. Ooh. Awesome. Fatal Error says, in the morning I had 20 to 30 minutes of sleep. I slept like 9.5. Oh, at 9.5 and woke up at 10 AM. Then I slept again at 11 AM and woke up now at 7 PM. That's an interesting sleep schedule. That's actually kind of similar to what I rock, actually. Alright, so I'm going to take a break from the dunes to work on the characters. We haven't touched them since we first sketched them up. So let's go ahead and think we'll start with this one. So is that a group layer? Fatal. Oh, Paleris is lol. Yeah. Lol. This is gonna be our sketch up layer. And, yeah, let's just get straight into it. Grab a brush. Oh, what is right? Yarr. Well, how are you coping, Fatal, with such little sleep? Is this gonna be a problem? Like, like, are you the kind of person who can function with little sleep, or are you, you know, like me? No sleep, no fox. Fatal Era says, well, from 11 AM to 7 PM now, it's about 8 hours. It's like, oh, okay. So, yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be tricky with these gloves. Rubab says, I swear I hate the app I use for ordering food. It's straight up not working. Oh no. I mean, a lot of the ordering food apps are kinda, like, bad for everyone involved. So, maybe a good opportunity to, wait, are you ordering groceries or ordering, like meals? Ordering lunch. Yeah, those aren't great, buddy. Might be for the best. Maybe good opportunity to hit the supermarket, grab some groceries. Yeah, even if it's a local place, ordering through the food apps, they can they're very, very toxic. There is literally no other food. Oh, you're in one of those food desert situations? Oh man, that's really rough. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Those are quite horrific. Grilled. Oh, somebody says grilled cheese. Grill me a cheese. Okay. How you doing today, nobody? Nobody says, yay! I'm good. Oh, wonderful. Says there's like 3 places, all of them have bad food, and the grocery store is too expensive. Oh no. Osrian, welcome! Nobody says, did some exercise. Ooh! Oh, that's excellent news! What kind of exercise did you do? Also, Osrian, welcome! River says, not in the bulk way. I literally can only buy 3 things here. But yeah, what kind of exercise did you do? Have some bangs going between the eyes and the hair. Make this one slightly shorter. Oh, Scuzzy, hello! Nobody says. I was at the gym after years I didn't go. Oh, excellent! How'd it go? Scuzzy says, hi, Fox, hi, Rhubarb, hi, Osrian, hi, nobody, hello, Scuzzy, welcome! So glad you came to join us! How you doing? Are you still feeling dizzy, buddy? Can we get a Scuzzy health update? Nobody says it went well. Was still exhausting. Well, I'm glad you did it. Are you feeling sore at all? Okay, let's buff up this fringe a little. There's no need to be timid with this. This is a hero character after all. Scuzzy says, I'm alive, aren't I? Yeah, but there's more to life than just not being dead. How's your quality of life? Nobody says yeah a bit, but it's fine. Wonderful! Rhubarb says, okay, I'm giving up ordering this godforsaken sandwich. Yay? Scuzzy says, I'm alive. Good enough. Scuzzy, you deserve better. But if that's enough for you, then okay. I understand. Rhubarb says the app isn't letting you even add anything to cart. Hi, Scuzzler. Hi, nobody. Also, hi, Osrian. So, what kind of, stuff do you do with the gym, nobody? I'm a bit of a gym goer myself. Okay, and now for the booty. Oh! Nobody says trampoline sport. Oh, cool. Oh, that's really cool. Awesome. Scuzzy says, saves the guy who was complaining yesterday that he didn't go to the gym in a long time. Huh? Look, I go at least once a week. I was just saying I don't go as often as I probably should, or as often as I'd like to. I still go, you know, occasionally. Nobody says, yeah, it was fun, wonderful. Well, that's the important thing, staying active and having fun. You're gonna have a hard time motivating yourself going to the gym if you don't find it at least rewarding. Happy looking, nobody! I'll do that line with shading. But yeah, so just trying to kind of figure out the general anatomy right now. Kind of deciding what parts are going to be defined with shadows and what parts are going to be defined with, you know, strict line art. This guy says, "How's the fox doing?" I'm pretty tired. It's, yeah, feeling a bit exhausted, but we're keeping on. Fox is, not giving up. Can't stop, won't stop. There we go. I think the shoulders were a bit bulky. Let's slim them down just a little. Oh, maybe slim them down a little more. Ah, there we go. That's nice. Scuzzy's yapping. Yay! The yapper. Just trying to chug as much tea as I can to maybe make up for the lack of energy. Caffeine's a good substitute for rest, right? And some more hair there. Okay, let's continue on with the arms. I'm a little worried about how I'm gonna... Scuzzy said, I said the same thing. Yeah. Did you? I feel like I'm about to have my words thrown back at me. Hang on, which way is this? Just thinking about how this arm's bending. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be mostly flat, because the palm is here. So yeah, that'll be fine. So it says, yeah, caffeine is a good substitute for rest. It'll have to do for now. Until a better solution can be found. But yeah, my sleep schedule's been slowly creeping to be more and more out of line. So I'm working on trying to get it back in order. But that's leaving me a little bereft of rest. But it's okay. We'll cope. Scotty says, well, good. I go to sleep when the sun rises. I go to sleep a while after the sun rises, unfortunately. But I'm trying to get my sleep schedule to the point where I'm sleeping not long after the sun rises. Okay, now this is where we're gonna struggle. Oh, hello. Stargazer, thank you so much for the follow. And welcome. Okay, and then the spear is coming along here. But yeah, Stargazer, hello! We're working on a commission for a friend of ours who's releasing a new album soon. This is what we've done so far, and yeah, it's just an album cover. It's because it says sun. Welcome in! Yes! Welcome! But yeah, we've done the dunes, we've done the sky, we've got sun. I'd like to touch up the sun a little bit later. But right now I'm working on the characters. I'm going to do the 2 buildings either side, and then... Oh, hang on, we've also got... Where are they? Yeah, we've also got those glass spikes. Stargazer says, "Hi! Loving the art style! Yay! I'm glad you like it!" How you doing, Stargazer? Hang on, wait, would this curve that way, or would they curve this way? Hang on, it's... Yeah, it's pitched slightly... I think it's pitched slightly this way. Yeah. Yeah, because the spear's going behind their back, so the fingers would go this way as they're wrapping around it. Stargazer, that's amazing! I just passed my driver's test. Oh, congratulations! Was it a tricky test? Did you struggle at all? Scuzzy! Yes! Very wow. Much wow. Big yay. Stargazer says not too much. Oh, wonderful. Well, congratulations. Do you have a car already, or is that something that's still to be organized? And then I think for this finger, we're gonna have it not be gripping the weapon. So I'm gonna move all these things up in a little bit, but for now, so those 3 fingers are gonna be gripping it. So okay, it says thank you. I'm saving up currently. Oh, good luck. Well, what kind of car do you think you'll get? Okay, so let's move these fingers up a bit. Golly, hands are so hard. Can we all just agree not to have hands anymore? That'd be appreciated. My money. Okay. Target says, hoping for a soccer mom type of car. Possibly going to be a Kia. My dream car is a Jeep, though. Ooh, you're doing awesome with the hands. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you think so. Doesn't feel like I'm doing awesome, but I'll feel better once they click. You know, there's that moment where you're just kind of like figuring stuff out, and you're just like questioning your entire life, all of your life choices, and thinking, "Oh my God, was I just imagining that I could draw earlier? What am I doing? How did I get here?" But I know as soon as it clicks, it'll be fine. Let me oh, it's not gonna work. Yes, oh my God, trust the process. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta believe. You gotta have faith, you know? But yeah, right now I'm very unsure of myself. I've done this sort of thing before, but every time, let's try bring these up a little. It's feeling a bit better. River says, "Oh my God, I love faith, the unholy trinity." Yeah. Sake says, "I'm an artist myself, hoping to do what you do." It's... What, you mean streaming? You'll have to be a bit more specific. I do a lot of stuff. Ozian says, "I like the music." Oh, I'm glad you like it. Rubo says, "I swear, this town is crap. The crosswalks are out." Oh, man. Sage says, "Streaming and get all my art out there." Oh, yeah, streaming's a lot of work, though. Fair warning, it looks a lot easier than when you're watching other people doing it. It doesn't help that a lot of people say it's heckin' easy. It's not as easy as... Yeah, just, be careful. Expectations and all that. But yeah, good luck. So he says... What does that mean? I think it means like the crosswalks, like the lights, the crosswalks aren't working? Just guessing. But yeah, also in this music is the FF14 soundtrack. This is the Weapons Refrain Ultimate Full Titan OST. But yeah, so Stargazer, how far are you along in getting into streaming? Like are you just in like the early planning phases, or do you have like a model figure, like a brand figured out, or yeah, how goes it? God, this is so bad. I'm gonna look up some references. I can't do this from memory. Oh, just from looking at my hand. Hand-holding spear. That's the wrong angle. I kind of wonder if maybe I should just like 3D model this up and then trace it. Saka's cat says, more in the planning phase, but I have a business name and a persona figured out. I just need to make my VTuber character. Oh, okay. What kind of character do you have in mind? Orange says, boiling hot take, parents should not use religion to farm respect from their kids. Yeah. Absolutely not. That sounds pretty ridiculous. Although, you know, parents will do just about anything to, maintain control. Well, I shouldn't say all parents. The emotionally immature ones will. But yeah, what's your branding idea? Are you thinking like, another generic cat girl? Or, maybe another fox? Yeah, because we don't have enough foxes right now. Or maybe something a little more interesting. Yeah, he's got a whole goat thing going on. We've got Electroshock with the, you can probably guess, shark. Surprise! But you didn't see that coming. That's okay, interesting. Okay, this says I have a girl who's part bull and part human and has alien antennae. I'm based on my zodiac sign, Ox in a box. It's the business name, Ox in a box. Cute, I love it. Wonderful. Well, good luck. Okay, that's still not feeling quite right, but we're getting there. Also it says, I feel like the Mali Empire would have expanded into a Green Sahara. Maybe. Orange says, hot take again, if you have a small business and put the price 1,000 times more than the cost to make or do the do not expect customers. Hang on. Wait, cost to make? No, there's more to it than that. I mean, I get what you mean by 1,000 times, but, you know, sometimes there's like cost of development, there's import taxes, there's service costs, there's licensing costs, there's infrastructure costs, there's servicing fees. You'd be surprised how quickly costs can balloon. Oh, servicing debt fee, like servicing the debt, like very often when you're starting up a business, you have to take out a loan. Sancho! Sancho says, yep, yeah, yep, 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 yep. Hello, Sancho, welcome! Um, yeah, it's a lot that goes into running a business. Sometimes... And, okay, and then there's the case of, what do they call it? Austin says, hot take, hot sauce is kinda hot. That is pretty hot. That is a very hot take. Okay, it's a bit big, but I think if we just scale these fingers down a little, I think we'll be at least good enough to continue on. What's that? Maybe there I'll do? I don't... Golly. This is really hard. Ah, there we go. Okay, okay, I think I've got it now. It's oh okay. I haven't got it, but I think I'm getting close to what I was envisioning in my head. We bring this finger down to here. Want this. And then the palm is kind of overlapping it just a little. Like the thumb meat. It's coming around a bit. There and there. Oh, I still don't quite like it, but we're getting there. Gosh. Hands, am I right? So, Stargazer, do you know many other people who are streaming? Like, do you have a network of people you can collab with or like get advice from? Ari says, okay. Alright. I think that'll do for now. We'll come back and finish up the hands a little later. Sage says, I watch a couple of different streamers, but I'm not connected with them personally. Oh, okay. Well, I've been doing this for a hot minute. Actually, we just hit 1,000 hours a little while ago, and they say you need 10,000 hours in something to be an expert, so I gotta be getting at least, I feel like I've at least got some idea of what's going on now, so if you have any questions... Oh, if you'd like any hints and tips... Okay, that hand is too big, but I think the general anatomy's getting there. Let's just take the whole thing... Scale it down... Don't scale it too much. God. Answer's so difficult.
To all of my children in whom life flows abundant. To all of my children.
Stargaze says, what program do you use? And based on your experience, what is something you suggest for beginners? Well, I use, for streaming, I use OBS. OBS is really good. It's out of the box, works on everything, and you don't have to worry about Streamlabs' corporate nonsense. So there's a difference between Streamlabs OBS and OBS. OBS is the actual program. Streamlabs OBS is a, shameless ripoff that's charging money. Streamlabs comes with a lot of really cool tools that a lot of people find useful, but you will be paying eventually, and you will be paying for something that you don't need to pay for. So, if you want something with lots of... Ozrin says, I think one of my new favorite historical nations is Demint. Has a funny looking name. Cute. But yeah, Streamlabs OBS, if you want something really flashy and easy to get into, but is going to charge you money eventually. Straight up OBS, if you want to have more control over what you're doing. I don't have a PC. Does that program work on iPad? Oh! You want to stream from an iPad? Golly, I don't know. Huh. Do you want to be doing, like, VTubing streaming, or just streaming what you're working on? That's interesting. I've never even considered doing it from an iPad. VTubing. Oh, okay. I do have a friend who used to stream, and I think they streamed from an iPad or a tablet of some kind. Could ask them, but it'll be a while until they get back. Like, I think it'll be a long while until they get back to me. Yeah, I've never heard of them. Yeah, I can only do it from iPad right now until I get my first PC. Huh. I have heard of people doing it. Let's take a peek. Streaming to Twitch from an iPad. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do it using the Twitch app on your phone or like on your device. As for VTubing? VTubing Twitch. So are you thinking of being like a... Oh, just somebody says, Live 2D is like the go-to program for VTubers, but I don't know if it's available on iPad. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Are you thinking of being like a Live 2D streamer, or a PNG tuber, or like a 3D avatar thing? PNG. Okay, so it's apparently you won't be able to do like live 2D. Just nobody says. I have no clue. I'm just stupid. You're not stupid, but it's okay. Like I do respect you being forthcoming about what you don't know. It's important, but I know many VTubers use phone for tracking. Yes, I also use my my phone. I've got my my Android phone precariously balancing on my monitor. I've got it tricked into being a face tracker. um, and it gets the job done. Barely, occasionally. Every now and then it'll crash, but it's working well enough. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tricky. Even just being a PNG tuber from your iPad. Oh! Hmm. PNG tuber... PNG tuber... iPad app. Is there an app that can, like, just kind of like overlay a PNG tuber? Okay. Oh, here we go. PNG tuber stream overlay. Okay, so, Stargazer. What you could do is use the Twitch streaming app on your device, and then use a PNG tuber streaming overlay on top of that. PNG tuber. Oh, there's things like VTube Studio? But I think that's just streaming your face. Do you know the difference between PNG tubing and VTubing and live 2D streaming? Nobody says, yes, VTube Studio, yeah! But I think that just streams your face. I think they want to stream them doing art on their tablet. Okay, I'm not hugely happy with this, but it'll do for now. Stargazer says VTubing is more 3D and 2D is flat in my head. Ah, okay. So there's three main types. There's three main types of VTubing. There's PNG tubing, there's live 2D VTubing, and then there's 3D tubing. PNG tubing is where you'll have a bunch of PNGs. Some of them will be yapping. You'll have a yapping one and a static one and maybe something in between and a couple like variations. And all it's doing is swapping in between. When it detects audio, when it detects you're making any sounds, it'll switch to the yapping one. And then when it detects that you're not making any sounds, it'll switch back to the default one. As PNG tubing, most streamers make their start in this, and it's what I'd recommend. In fact, I've got one. I've got one here. So this is let's see. So this is my PNG tuber stream avatar. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. So yeah, this is the best place to start, in my opinion. This is what I use when I'm doing the Minecraft streaming because it can't handle me doing the 3D. This is the 3D avatar. And then people have live 2D, and that's where you've got, you've got a bunch of layers. You've got a face layer, you've got a hair layer, a back of hair layer, a booty layer, and then this is all composited together to make a character. And yeah, they all animate and do stuff together, and then 3D is a, just a 3D model that's rigged, and then cracks your body. But yeah, I just never used a PNG app for it. Okay, so when you say you whipped it up, you mean you like made the assets for it, or you actually like made it work? I presume you mean you just made the assets for it, because it says you never used a PNG app for it, so just double checking. Rube says, turns out I'm not gonna be there for full cover tomorrow. Oh no, what's up? Happy liking nobody. Stargate says, I dragged the assets and used CapCut to make my videos. Oh, wonderful! Okay. Well then, yeah, sounds like you're off to a good start. Stargate says it's pain, but it's better than nothing, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, until you get a PC. Ruro says my parents still live with them, and they take care of my medical stuff for now. Have decided that I have an eye doctor's appointment tomorrow at 2:30. Ah, okay, I see. Well, probably best to get your eyes checked up before you, like in terms of importance, making sure your eyes are working is probably more important than Cobblemon's. Good luck at the eye doctors, though. I hope I hope everything goes well. Stargate says, thank you for helping me understand. That was helpful. You did better investigating of apps to use than I did, lol. Well, do feel free to stop by and ask if you got any more questions. Okay, I know this is, I'm usually hesitant to offer advice that isn't asked for, because, you know, it's good to figure things out by yourself, but sometimes you don't know what questions to ask if you don't know what questions there are to be asked. So one thing I would recommend is, it's very easily to make affiliate now. They've reduced the requirements for becoming Twitch affiliate by a lot. So you can get started on using emojis very quickly. Very quickly indeed. So I would recommend getting, I think it's 5 to start with. So 5 static emojis, because people really love using emojis. Like they really love their emojis. And it's a good way to get people to follow early on. If you've got like you know, your 5 starter emojis. Whoever says you say, oh, hang on. Yeah, just have a couple of emojis ready to go for when you hit affiliate, because it's a bit annoying to have to scramble to get them. And then as you get subscribers and you hit other milestones, you'll quickly start unlocking more slots. And yeah, just having emojis ready, 5 emojis ready to go. It can be fun to do emojis on stream, like as like a celebration thing. Like, look, ooh, I unlocked a new slot. Let's draw some emojis together and get like live feedback that way. But the 5 initial ones, it's good to have them ready to go, because when people, you know, check out your channel, they'll be looking for emotes to use, and when they follow, they unlock the free follow emotes. So yes, get some emotes done first of all. But aside from that, everything else can just kind of like be figured out on the road. I mean, that's the biggest piece of advice, really. Just get started. Don't try and make it perfect. There's an old saying: you can either have it perfect or you can have it done. A lot of folks will kind of procrastinate forever because they won't feel like they've got everything working exactly the way they want it to. And yeah, they'll never get started, which is tragic. But yeah, aside from that, good luck. Rhubarb says, I am, yeah, but at the same time, my schedule is at their convenience, and I'm in no way, shape, or form think about what I actually need. Oh no. Osrian says, did you know that the collie I made yesterday is absolutely worthless? Oh no, which one's that? Rubo says, you say quickly, but this has taken me months. Sake says, I have thought about what kind of emojis to make. I'm just a little picky and don't have too much time on my hands anymore. Ah, that's a mood. Well, you can always swap them out later. You can just do, like, you know, some quick little sketches now and then make the real thing later on. Or update them. Swap them out. What else is good? I don't think there's really anything else you need before you get started. Just need, like, your avatar. Yeah, all the extra stuff, like the chat window. It's all extra. Orzian says, the Silver Island one has nothing to offer. I will use it as a cactus farm. Is cactus good for exporting? Like, is there a need for a cactus? I mean, market? Yeah, is there a market for cactus in this world? What's the going rate for cactus these days? Cactus in this economy? Sage says, I'm currently working on a story of OCs I made, so I've been so focused on that. But I have a Discord. Oh, that's good. Insta and Pinterest account, where I post my art. Ah, excellent. That's a great start. Discords are a pretty cool way to get people involved in other ways. Rubo says, do not export cacti, you will get jabbed with a thorn. Ah yes, the Cactus Mafia. They'll come after you. But yeah, that's cool. So, when you say story, are you making like a comic book or a or is this a written story or some kind of animation? Rube says the Catafia. Yes, Osrian says you can make cactus juice, and the most important part, light blue dye. Oh, you make light blue dye from cactus? Interesting. And if it's one thing I've learned from Final Fantasy XIV is exporting dyes is the quickest way to get rich. Man, I made so much money from selling dyes on the market. Sage says, I hope to make an animated story with it, but I plan to make a webtoon type story. So manga slash comic style. Oh, awesome! That sounds really cool. Well, good luck! Oh, MC45! MC45 says, I thought cacti produce green dye when smelted. It does in Minecraft, but I think Ausrian's playing something similar, but not Minecraft. Also, Minecraft cacti have flowers now. I wonder if they produce a different kind of dye. Ausrian says, I think the only place that I could try to compete with light blue dye production would be the Spine Coast. Are there people on the Spine Coast who are buying dye? Also, hang on, wait, didn't you say this is a single-player game? Who's going to be buying a dye? Or are you just kind of like a world-building sort of thing? But yeah, dyes throughout history have been a very lucrative market. The Romans were obsessed with purple and red dye. The Japanese samurai, absolutely obsessed with indigo dye. The Vikings were known for being extremely colorful peoples. The Romans were, like, very colorful. From all, oh, the Greeks? Huge on color. A lot of people, like, watch, like, a lot of history documentaries will, show, you know, medieval or ancient towns to be very, very drab and grey and dull, but this is absolutely not the case. Like Vikings irk the heck out of me, because historically speaking, those guys loved color. They were fabulous as fuck. You'd see a Viking shield. Well, it wasn't a bunch of guys in like black leather and looking all grumpy and gruff. No, it was like a fucking pride flag. It's like an angry ass pride flag. Rubev says, oh sorry, Ausrian says, I think they sell dye, and yes, I'm in some sort of state of schizophrenia when I play the game. I mean, that's what creativity is, I guess. Rubev says, showing my samurai friend my blue jeans and he goes insane. Well, they use indigo to cover up, so for any containers with released artifacts, blah blah blah. But one of the main things was the indigo dyeing process was actually A, a disinfectant, and B, it was also an insecticide. And you know, if you've ever been to Southeast Asia during the summer, bugs are a bitch. So having your undergarments dyed indigo was a huge help in just keeping all the various bugs and pests off your back. Ruben says the ancient Greeks painted their statues and everything to garish levels. Yeah, the Romans too. And it's what we'd consider garish. I don't think they considered it garish at all. I think they were quite happy with their painted up statues. But yeah. Oh god, hands are so bad. Ausrian says purple historically has been an expensive color. Yes. And it was only the later Roman Empire that was into purple. Early, especially like Republic era, it was considered to be quite garish and quite gauche. It was like the color of royalty, the color of kings, and Republic era Rome was very, very anti-royalty. It was a bit of a testy subject for them. But later on, when, you know, the Romans started embracing the idea of having emperors. They it came back in vogue. Yeah, it'll do for now. Let's just get this line up finished, and then we'll come back and touch that up. Rubo says, me in Southeast Asia during the summer. It's Smurf o'clock. Yeah. Get blue. Double D double die. The one-man blue man group.
No more than a test, ever feeding off the fallacy, creating this mess. Get down. It's on this big machine with all of the rest.
Okay. Let's get some more of this hair in. Let's just send this out a little. Okay. That's coming. Alright, that's not so bad. I think this hand could definitely be scaled down. This hand's a bit much. Actually, we'll scale it down from here, because the forearm's also a bit long. Maybe that? Alright, that's better. Oh, hang on. The upper arm's too long too. Let's bring that up. Actually, hang on. Let's Alright, that's good. That's good. We're good. Let's continue with the leggies. So we've got to kind of set up where one leg's in front of the other. We'll do a lot of this with shading, or define a lot of this with shading later. For now, let's get the general shape of the legs in, and these are sort of tight-ish pants, but not like hugely tight. Yeah, with a little bit of flare at the bottom. Alright, that'll do for now. We'll come back and add some folds and stuff later. do these shoes? These feet. Oh man, I did not think about... actually, hang on, wait. What if we had them facing... Okay, so I've got them facing straight down in this concept art. Oh, sorry, in this sketch behind. But what if we had them facing forwards just a little? So a little something like this, maybe? Still mostly pointing down. Okay. Could definitely use some work, but it's in the right direction, I think. I think we'll lose the flare on the pants. Trim them in a bit. That'll do. I think I'm gonna picture these slightly differently though. Just a little bit of the heel sticking out there, and then there we go. Coming around like that. Maybe that'll look better? And then we'll bring the tongue forwards or inwards a little. I'm just gonna keep sketching at this until it feels right. Hang on. How do I pronounce your name again? Smetesk? Seemtesk? Simtesk. Smee. Okay, Smee. Smee! Smee says, drawing to prevent the world's end, Cat Jam. Was that Octopath Traveler? No, it did sound very similar to Octopath Traveler. I'm a big fan of the Octopath Traveler OSC, but no, this is the Final Fantasy 14. I think that's pretty sure it's still the yeah, it's the FF14 soundtrack. This is from Endwalker, in fact. But I do so love the Octopath. It is, yeah, they have a really good soundtrack, this game. But I do so love the it's honestly, I wouldn't recommend it. Like, I sunk how many? Hang on, let me oh, there's an update to Darkest Dungeon coming soon, which I'm very excited about. FF14, where is it in my Steam library? Here we go, FF14. Alright, I sunk, whoa! Alright, I've sunk that many hours into it. 1,600 hours. But yeah, as someone who's sunk 1,600 hours into it, honestly would not recommend until they fixed up A Realm Reborn. Right now, it's such a grind to get through the first expansion, or yeah, the first parts of the game, because they just haven't updated it at all. It's such a pain. Smee says, I know, I tried it for a few hours but couldn't get into it. Yeah, that's the shame though, because everything after A Realm Reborn is phenomenal. Like, as soon as we hit Heavensward, it's like, it's just incomparable. It's like a whole new game. It's there's a saying in the community: either you quit during A Realm Reborn or you don't quit at all. And it really is the case. Like, it is just and then it just keeps getting better from there. But A Realm Reborn is really, it really is trash. And a lot of veterans will try and hand wave it away, like, oh no, like, we had to go through it, so you should too. Which is just a garbage attitude, no matter how you where it's coming from. But yeah. Smee says, rookie numbers compared to my WoW account. Nobody says meow. Meow. Hi, nobody. That's you. How you doing, nobody? Also, Smee, you say you sunk a lot of hours into World of Warcraft? I'm surprised so you survived the Great Purge? Apparently, there was a lot of WoW players moved over to FF14 during the Great Exodus. Yeah, FF14's phenomenal, especially the later expansions. But the base game that you gotta slog through to get there, give it a minute. I'm sure they'll get rid of it eventually. I hope they get rid of it soon. Okay, how's that look? Alright, I am very not happy with that. How do I do feet? Just nobody says, I'm tired, but I ate food. Wonderful! Smee says, alright. Yeah, that's the same period I tried FF14. Oh, okay, so it didn't stick? I've got a few songs on my playlist, especially the... Oh, yes! The Nier crossover event is phenomenal. The, not Yosuke. Yoko Taro, the guy who made... Or the lead... The director of the Nier and Drakengard franchises actually, co-produced the Nier raids in FF14. So yeah, it was actually involved, and it's absolutely definitely the best raid. I think the best raid, the Copied Factory. Yes, it is so good. But yeah, they actually co-developed. They're actually like involved. And Papa Bunker. Yeah, I had so you can get a lot of the music for your apartment. And I used to have the Nier main menu theme playing on repeat in my apartment because it was just such a mood. Nowden says joined on how do I feet? I'm struggling. This is a tricky pose that I've picked out. Also, this hand's too small now. Yeah, I'm experiencing some severe imposter syndrome right now. It's a struggle. Ortune says, I don't know why I feel like implementing an economic system with an economic standard. Good luck. Nobody says, oh Fox, do you have a idea already for what I texted you on Discord? Huh? That's from the Discord? Oh, yeah, yeah, I do have an idea, but, uh, there's not much, there's not very much Fox to go around right now. I'll get around to it eventually, I haven't forgotten, but, yeah, I have been thinking about it, I just haven't had the time to, you know, like, sit down and do it. I'm sorry. Rissy, hello! Nowden says, I feel that. The pain is real. Nobody says, I just didn't know if it was still in your mind. It is. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Never forget. It's just, yeah. I'm a little overloaded right now. No pressure. Thanks, nobody. I'm sure once I've got at least one of these commissions done. So yeah, right now I'm doing the Dusky emotes and this one. So we've got 2 commissions going at once. I'm sure once... Oh, wait, and I've got a 3rd commission that's, Wait, no! And I've got 2 more commissions that are, kind of coming up, so, maybe once I've got the Dusky emotes done, I'll have a little bit of time before the other 2, like, kick off. But yeah, Fox is very popular right now. There's not much Fox to go around. Nobody says... Yeah, I get that. Don't worry. We get it done someday. Thanks, nobody. Chaos, welcome! Rissy says if it gets too much, make sure to get plenty of rest. I'd love to, but, Yes. I probably should. Thanks, Rissy. Yeah, Nyowden says, seems like you got a lot on your plate. Maybe we do tutorial collab... Nyowden? Oh! Oh, Nyowden! Nyowden is Danny! Hi, Danny! I completely forgot that was your name here. I was wondering who this Nyowden person with the VIP was. Hi! But yes, that's, that was the second thing that, I was, alluding to being in the works. But no, we can absolutely get that, that underway. Like I said, I just currently have 2 commissions I'm working on simultaneously at the moment, so, like, right now is a bit tricky. But I'm almost done with this, and I've only got 2 more emojis left from the Dusky commission set. So as soon as those are, as soon as these 2 are done, and this is almost done, I just gotta do the 2 characters and the buildings, and then just do a little bit of polish. But yeah, as soon as these are done, I'll be available to, we have many months, okay, good. But that does sound like it'll be fun. But we'll talk about that later. I don't want to announce anything just yet. Rissy says, and by rest I also mean taking days off and don't stream. Yeah, I get 1 day off a week. Nyowden says... It's no way Dan. Oh! Now a Dan. Okay, no way Dan, that makes sense. But yes, hello Dan, welcome! Nobody says, yes, exactly what Rissy said. Thanks, guys. Nyowden says, no rush, we have many months. Yep. Nobody says, more day off than 1 day. Oh, actually, speaking of which, in my off time, I did a little bit of work. Actually, hang on, I did want to ask, since Riss is here, how, you know the feature from the Godot thing? Actually, you know what, I'm gonna boot it up real quick. So I did some tweaks on the the Godot version of the chat party thing, and I've got it so that it grabs the YouTube chat from the channel. Turns out there was a easy fix for that. But how important is the yeetables for you guys for the chat party stuff? Like, I'm just wondering if this is something people actually care about particularly much. Yeah, there's Twitch Bridge. Node server.js. For the test. Oh yeah, cool, it's working. Let's save this in case I overload my system. Whoa! Perfect timing. But for context... if it'll run. This is the chat party thing with the with the eatable sprungles. See, they can be thrown. Which is fun. I think. But it's been a hassle trying to get this working with everything else as well. But yeah, just curious how people feel about that. If it's like an important thing to anyone. Hello? Well, anyway. Close that down. Alright, let's figure out... Oh, we're in ads. Okay. Walgreens says potato! Yes, potato, tomato. Tomato, tomato, potato. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend the feet don't exist. They can't hurt me if I ignore them. You don't exist. You can't hurt me. Okay, there's the shark tail. And we'll go ahead and close down the Twitch bridge. So I think think it's eating up a bit of my RAM. Oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna handle Cobblemons tomorrow. How am I gonna get the energy? I need to look up a reference for a Shark Tale. Shark Tale. Enter. Nobody says, I'm sorry, I'm really tired, I'm not fully listening. That's okay, I understand. It's all good. Just glad to have you here. And I hope you can get some good rest. Man, there's also different kinds of Shark Tales. I think we're gonna go with this one though. They're a lot more angular than I thought. Man, they're a lot more angular than I thought. So let's go like this. So the top fin of a dragon, oh sorry, dragon, of a shark tail is a lot more angular than the bottom one. Okay, that's pretty good. I think it could be bigger though. What if it was bigger? That's better. No need to be shy. There we go. Nobody says luck. Happy lurking, nobody! Yeah, I think everyone's a bit tired today. Seems like it's a sleepo beepo day. So, in the story, the character's wings are mechanized. Mecha wings. So I'm thinking maybe have like a sort of skeleton vibe to them. Skeleton like in the in Kenshi. So have a bunch of pistons and hydraulics connected to them. Not like steampunky, but cyberpunky. Actually, no. I think the energy of this is a lot more synthwave. So maybe pistons would be too diesel punk. Something like this? And have like a glowy thing there. How would the joints work on it though? Maybe something like a little Geiger-esque? Oh, actually, yeah. Make it like a sort of semi-biomechanoid. Have like a little socket here. Yeah, make it look a little more techy. Ah, okay, I'm liking where this is going. And then we'll have sort of like a bicep-y kind of idea here. Ah, okay, I like this. And then we'll have the wings, sorry, the feathers, be sort of semi-detached. They're not really used for flying, they're more for show, is the impression I'm getting. But they're still an important feature. And we still want them to be at least somewhat technically feasible. But yeah, having them sort of disconnected a little will give us little spaces for the sun to shine through. And then we'll have like glowy bits at the ends, make them all cyberpunky, synthwavy. Actually, maybe along the edges. Inside edge or outside edge? Maybe the inside edge. Make them look like nice. Or both? Yeah, I think the outside edge, because it feels like these are kind of facing the camera just a little. And maybe the stuff on the back edge just aren't visible to the camera. Oh, ads are done. But yeah, Smee, the Near raid was phenomenal. There's a what are the the Island Sanctuary at the end of I think it's Endwalker is also really, really cool. There's a bunch of awesome features. It's FF14, but again, you just gotta get through a Realm Reborn, which is suffering. So let's bring some of this hair back a little so we can see how this. In fact, let's put this hair in particular behind the arm, because they gotta plug into the back. So, yeah. Smee says, I'm not really planning on getting into FF14. No, that's okay. I understand. It's, but I find it's, like, even games that I'm not interested in playing, it is fun to, learn about the mechanics. At least for me, as an aspiring game developer. Do you still play World of Warcraft? Smee says, do not. Kind of gave up on the previous expansion. Ah, yes. I've been hearing that a lot. Have always been playing on and off between expansions. Content drip and daily content was starting to get a bit tedious. Yeah. Yeah. Not a fan of the dailies. So, are you playing anything now instead? Like, have you got something to replace World of Warcraft, or are you just kind of like not really doing it? Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean. Smee says nothing big. Catching up on a backlog. Oh, okay. Currently playing Power World, Marvel Rivals, and the occasional bout of Truck Simulator. Oh, cool. I used to play a little bit of Farming Simulator as... I think I got it for free on like the Epic Games Store, and I played that a wee bit, and I actually really enjoyed it. There's something strangely cathartic about just driving a combine harvester up and down a field. Smee says, got a dozen games half finished. Octopath Traveler, Dragon Quest. I know, right? Yeah, farming games, oh man, we were playing Stardew Valley a little while ago on stream. Oh, the Minecraft mod pack that we're playing, the Cobblemons thing, has a lot of farming in it. It's actually a big part of the endgame loop. Breeding berries and getting them all, yeah, getting them, using them to make potions. It's good fun. But there's a game called, what's it? Neverway? It's kind of like like an Eldritch horror sort of farming simulator. Sounds like a really good time. Mizuki says, yet another streak of lost right before reaching 30. Oh no, not again. Poor Mizuki. And welcome back, Mizuki. Screen says, also getting my bearings with gaming on Linux since I switched 2 weeks ago. Oh! I've been on Linux for, nearly, yeah, just over a year now. And I gotta say, the problem hasn't been Linux, the problem has mostly been my graphics card when it comes to playing games, and even then, there's only been like 2 games I haven't been able to play. Most games have been phenomenally well supported. Mizuki says, how are you doing? Struggling a bit, not gonna lie. The imposter syndrome is kinda getting to me, but we're getting through it. Struggling through. I just gotta push through the imposter syndrome, and then I think we'll be good. Because I know I can do this. I've done it before. It's just, you know, as you're doing something, you make a lot of little mistakes, and they just kind of like start piling up in your head, and then you just kind of like, yeah. The struggle is real. But yeah, so what is it you're, is there anything you're struggling with when it comes to Linux? I might be able to help out. Mizuki says, I get it, don't worry. Thanks. Mizuki understands. How are you doing, Mizuki? But yeah, some games are really, really well supported. Like, Death Stranding runs super smooth. Like, I think it runs better on Linux than it did on Windows. But then there's other games, especially like Unreal games. Oh man, Epic Games hates Linux with a passion. I think they're actively trying to sabotage it sometimes with how poorly some of their games run. But then Satisfactory, which is on UE5, runs really, really well. A couple of little glitches here and there, but I think that might have to do with my graphics card. Smee says, I'm good. Use it as a daily driver for work a couple of years. And a few years back, I got a home lab server running on Ubuntu since 2010-ish. Never used it for my gaming rig, though. Oh. Okay, well, how you adjusting? Mizuki says, not too great. I originally wanted to be done with my thesis proposal today, but I just kinda crashed after my exams, so I didn't manage to do a whole lot. Food. Oh man, I can relate. That's rough. You have been working so hard though, Mizuki. Actually, no, they've been working you hard. With their inability to coordinate their exams and stuff. Like, just kinda like leaving it. I hate it how they do that. The lecturers refuse to be grown-ups and talk to each other and just kind of let the students deal with it. But yeah, understanding that you had a bit of a crash. Mizuki says, my last proper day off was in March. Oh man, you poor thing. Smee says, I struggle a bit with getting my Wacom tablet working. Oh. Huh. I'm running Ubuntu and Qt, and Wayland doesn't play nice. That's interesting. I have a Intuos 4, and I'm running Mint, which is an Ubuntu thing. And hang on. Worked out of the box with Blender, but credit not so much. Yeah, so so I'm on Ubuntu, or Mint, which is an Ubuntu spin-off. I'm using a Wacom Intuos 4, and I'm drawing on Krita. Honestly, I didn't have any problems with it. I don't remember if it was like immediate plug and play. I think I had to like fiddle with 1 or 2 settings. But yeah, I'm on Ubuntu using Krita and a Wacom Intuos 4. I don't know, maybe just check the drivers. Honestly, like it can work. I don't know what your specific issues might be, but I think you should be able to get through them. You're a clever cookie. You got this, me. Mizuki says, we got an official apology from the law department because they put the exams on the same day. Too bad an apology doesn't do anything. Oh, we're so sorry. It's like that South Park memes. We're so sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Yeah. Apologies don't count for much when, damage is being done. But yeah, Blender runs really, really well. Godot, the game engine, it was built for Linux. In terms of games, 90% of, especially on Steam, 90% of, 99% of games, 90% of games run really, really smooth. And there's another 9% of games that are a bit touch and go, and there's 1% of games that don't work. But, the 1% is League of Legends. That's the only game that doesn't work on Linux, and I've got no interest in making it work because that game's not worth it. Smee says, interesting. It was supposedly an issue with Wayland. Mint runs both 11 and Wayland, so I might look into it further. No, hang on. Let me Wacom graphics tablet. Oh, okay. So, I think, possibly, the issue might be that you're trying to use Wayland. So I don't actually have the Wacom drives on my computer, I don't think. I'm using, yeah, nothing comes up when I type Wacom. Let's go to the software manager. So maybe try... But yeah, I don't know what this is. Maybe it came packaged, but yeah, this is what I've been using. It's not, and I don't think it's a. Yeah. So it's just detected my Wacom Intuos 4, and it's just using it fine. So maybe don't worry about Wayland. Try just using the. I don't know if this came packaged, but maybe you could use this. Oh, I got that as well. Unsure if I got an Intuos 4, but oh, it'll be on the back. So just flip your tablet over, and it'll just say on the back, just above the barcode, what it is. Intuos. Who knows how it's spelled? I'm looking at it and I don't know how it's spelled. It is an odd word. Oh wait, so it's just a flat Intuos? Is that what you're saying? Mizuki says they also kind of forgot that non-law students can take the course, so they just didn't adjust the exams for us, which technically would have been required. Ah. Austin says, I think I figured out the main currencies of my economic system. Oh, wonderful! I do so love... I'm a bit of an economics nerd, so I do so love coming up with fictional currencies. Me says, I got that one as well. Unsure if I got Intuos 4. It's labeled Intuos. Oh, okay, so it must just be a flat Intuos. So is it detecting it? Like when you open up the graphics tablet thing? Can you like use it? Like here? Okay. Huh. Alright, let me check my credit settings for you. It's an edit, isn't it? Wait, no. Oh, settings? Okay, credit. Let's see. Tablet settings. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, I've got no particular settings in here. In Creda, when I get close to the tablet with the pen just turns into a flat cursor. Disables the brush. Disables the brush? Hang on. Could you rephrase that? I think I know what you mean, but just... Yeah, try... Because that sounds kind of... I don't know why that sounds familiar. Did I have that problem? But yes, Osman, I'd love to talk, fictional currencies someday. Turns into a flat cursor. Settings, configure Creda, campus input settings. Yeah, maybe there's something in the tablet settings for you. Oh, hang on. Did you change these? Yeah, so have you considered changing the mapping? I see brush cursor in Creda, but as soon as the pen comes to the tablet, it turns into a normal cursor. Doesn't select drawing. Oh! Okay. That's interesting. Huh. Does it work when you go to the tablet tester here? Like when you use the tablet tester, does it come up blue or does it come up red? Anyway, yeah, give this a try and tell me how it works. Maybe that can help us troubleshoot it a bit. Oh, doesn't detect it at all? So does it say anything? Settings, configure credit. Like, does it say anything in the thing? Like, it's not even saying, like, pen tip brought near? Or is it saying that, like, it's a mouse? It thinks it's a mouse? Or does it just, like, not respond at all when you draw on it? Sadly, no, I can't move the arrow cursor, but drawing... Oh, I can move the arrow cursor, but drawing doesn't show anything. Golly, that's odd. Sorry, I'm out of ideas. It's rough, though. Yeah, I don't really remember having any of these issues when I got started. I've only recently started to learn how to draw in 3D, so still exploring a bit. Oh, a lot. Not a big deal if it doesn't work. The tablet is a hand-me-down from my partner anyway. What Critter version are you running? Oh, I'm currently running... That Critter. Currently running... There we go, 5.2.2. Oh, Rissy, did your tablet arrive? Congratulations! I mean, you paid for it, you might as well set it up. Did you not see? Oh! I don't... Maybe I didn't. I'm sorry. I've been a bit, scattered lately. It's in the group chat up a bit. Oh, okay. Let me take a peek. Smee says 6.01 beta is the only one I got working occasionally. But no worries about it. Thanks for the help anyways. Yeah, it's a shame, it's giving you so much trouble. It is an older Intuos. General... TGTuber. Oh! Oh, you sent a link to the one that you're using. The X Pen. Huh? Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Yes, I did see this. I thought this was... Yeah. So I thought you just ordered it. I didn't think you'd... A bit more up? Oh, a bit more up than that. Oh, there's more? Oh! I did miss that. Okay. Ah! Ooh, very fancy. Very flashy. Alright. Oh yeah, and you got the drawing glove as well. So fashionable. Awesome. Well, let me know if you need, if you'd like some drawing, stuff. Like, I don't know. techniques, advice, and a bunch of pen tips. You know, I think I'll sharpen the ends of these. I think it'll be more fun if they're pointy. And oh man. Chaos says Wawa! Chaos, hello! Actually, hang on. This is all gonna be silhouetted. Oh man, I'm so coked. This is all gonna be silhouetted, so I don't need to really do too much detailing on this. So there'll be light kinda coming. Yeah, I gotta invert these shapes because the light will be coming from the bottom. Happy looking nobody! Yeah, I'm fussing way too much about all this, because this is all going to be silhouetted anyway. Like, this is all going to be, like, flat black, because the sun's behind them. Oh, oh, golly, I'm cooked. I'm definitely going to need to take a day or two off after, for all these commissions. Happy lurking, nobody! Also, Chaos, hello! How you doing, buddy? Chaos says doing good, playing League. Oh, good luck! Happy looking, Chaos! Good luck! Smee, do you think you'll want to join us for the couple months? I gotta say, Modrinth runs really well, at least for me, on Linux. Had no problems with it so far. Oh, I suppose you also need Minecraft. Is Cobblemon MMO like? No, it's a Minecraft mod. It's sort of like a, I guess co-op-y kind of game? It's very friend slop. Well, we're playing it friend slop. It's a Minecraft mod that puts Pokemons into Minecraft. We have a multiplayer server that we run every Saturday. Yeah, it's friend slop for me. I'm playing it like a friend slop game. And it's a pretty good time. Catch. Why are you freezing? Come on, wake up. Wake up! 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 Okay. Yeah, so we're doing a lot of building. You need Minecraft, obviously, but that's really the only requirement to play Minecraft. Then you can get the mod run thing. I made a tutorial a little while ago. Oh shoot! I gotta remember to. Frick! I gotta remember to clip that before the highlight goes. I don't know what to do. Oh shoot! And I haven't moved the server to Europe yet. I gotta do that tonight after stream. Yeah, I think it's more fun if these spikes. And just have the ends of them be lit up. We'll have the rest of it be silhouettes. But we will have a little bit of red highlight on... Oh, do we want on the outside or the inside? Have to be on the inside. Smee says, I've had to reset my Palworld Homelab hosted server today, so partner and I lost all progression. Only level 35-ish though. Aw, kept crashing after 20 to 30 minutes play. Oh no. Well, since you're restarting anyway, maybe your new partner would like to join us for Cobblemons instead. You know, it's basically Palworld. No, really, we've got a mod in it called Cobblebase that is apparently just supposed to be Palworld in Cobblemons. Look. Foxes are omnivorous, opportunistic hunters. It's what we do, it's in our blood, don't judge me for being who I am. It's who I was meant to be. It's in my nature. You gotta be on that fox hustle. But for real though, it's a good time, and if you like Palworld, you just definitely enjoy this. And you know, it's with friends. And plus it's like Minecraft creative stuff in it as well. We've got people building gyms, we've got people running farms, we've got people just exploring. Smee says maybe another time. Let me test the waters in this community first. Okay, understandable. Well, I'm streaming it, so yeah, tomorrow you can definitely see what it's all about. I collab stream it with Mizuki. They play as well. They jump on a little bit after I start. But yeah, and also Starbee is joining us every now and then. They also stream Cobblemons, although I don't know if they're keen to collab just yet. They're working their way up to it. Ari says, Namidia no okay wa. Nani kore? Nani? Orange says, I know, so... DIH pressed. Is that an acronym? Also, Orange, how you doing, buddy? Oh, Aldrian, are you still here? Aldrian says, my brain hurts from trying to do basic math for my economic system. Well, have I told you about my, Never mind, apparently Ike doesn't want us talking economics. Sorry, I was gonna tell you all about my amazing fictional economic system, but Ike said it's not allowed. I'm sorry. No, it's okay, Ike. You don't have to lie. I understand. You hate my economic system. Also, Ike, hello! How you doing, buddy? Ike says, hi friends, hope you're all doing great. We're keeping on. We fight. We fight. We fight and fight and fight. How you doing, Ike? Oh, Shark! Shark? Hey, Shark! Hello! Welcome! I'm also making sharks. This is Shark. How you doing, Shark? Anyway, Aldrian, so I had this idea. Actually, you know what? I can sketch it out. So, the idea for the currency is for, like, a holy nation sort of, so it's kind of like a desert punk... Like a desert punk Mormon empire. No, what's that American... The ones that don't use technology. Starts with an A. Is that a Zero Shark? It is! Mormon. Wait, is it Mormon? No. No, the ones who don't... The ones who don't use tech. Anyway, oh yeah, I told you about it? Yeah, but I'm drawing now, so I can actually sketch it out. So, there's small currency, which is kind of like a... So they take a piece of metal, they stamp a prayer on it, double-sided, blah 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 blah, and then they take the thing and then they fold it over, to make and press it together to make kind of like a double-sided piece. And they stamp a hole in, so this is the bent over end. And they stamp a hole here so that you can thread it. And then, you know, it's got like a double-sided thread thing. So this is the small change. And then the larger denominations are slips. So, sorry, psalms, which is kind of like, you know, dollar bill shaped things. And then there's pages, which is kind of like A5? I don't know, whatever the half of an A4 sheet is, and that's your larger denominations, and then there's books, which is a collection of all the pages in together, and that's the highest denomination thing. Anyway, I thought it was pretty clever, the idea of using religious text as a currency, or religious iconography as a currency. Shark says, I read the story about the character. It's good. The EU's voting for a new money design at the moment. Oh. I remember the last one. It was a good time. Yes, I love bird money. I want birds on my money. That is cool. Yes, bird money. Wait, why are we talking about bird money? But wasn't there that one time when the EU did that and it wound up being like a stick figure? Molteon says, I'm trying to figure out how much should wheat, flour, and bread cost. Oh, I did a similar thing with my my economic system. I can't remember how I defined it. Oh, wait. Okay, so there's documentation of how much those things used to cost from medieval time. There's like there's been a bunch of like over time people have dug up or found ledgers that show exactly how much people were paying in whatever period. So you can, if you do some research, you can find this stuff. It's not hugely popular, so it can be a bit difficult to find, but yeah. Shark Included says, yeah, it was a €2 coin. I own it very proudly. Oh, you have one? Oh, wonderful. Some of the design for the new money are burbs. Oh, okay. So, how are they going to decide? Are they going to put it to popular vote again? Please vote again. Nobody says I'm going to go to bed till tomorrow. Bye, nobody. Looking forward to Cobblemons. Have a good rest. Shark Included says yes! Oh, okay, so they are putting it to another vote. Awesome. Because that went so well last time. So, Shark Included, how you doing today? Shark says, it's up right now, and even if you're not from the EU, you can vote, I guess. I read Sleeper writing. It's okay. I think we're all thinking about sleep a bit right now. Everyone seems to be real tired lately, myself included. I read... Yeah. Shark Included says, I'm okay-ish. I want to play Red Dead 1. Because yesterday I finally understood how the game works, and now I don't crash out as much. Oh, okay. Oh, didn't Red Dead 1 have that one, like the zombie expansion? Expansion? No, it was a spin-off. I remember playing that as a kid, and it was a good time. Had like zombie horses and yeah, it was great. I love that game. But yeah, sounds like fun. Chuck Included says, I never played Red Dead, didn't own an Xbox. Oh, I think I had it on PlayStation? I only had like a hand-me-down PlayStation when I was a kid. So, must have been on that. But I always went over to my neighbor and watched him play it. Aw, cute. Austin says, is the OK Economist... Wait, is this OK Economist fast? 1 copper equals 12 wheat, 1 copper equals 4 flour. 1 copper equals 3 bread? I don't... know. Wait, what? Hang on, what do you mean by 12 wheat? Wait, hang on, are we talking like Minecraft? Oh, is this for like your Minecraft world? Smee says, I'm gonna poof! Gonna spend some time away from the computer. It was nice chatting. See you around. Bye, Smee! Thank you so much for hanging out! Shark Included says, I didn't have that as well. Only had a PS2 for my dad. Ah, I see, I see. I was gonna say this. Ah! What's the conversion rate for flour to bread? Like, how much flour is required to make 1 bread? Shark Included says, I look, but I have you open on my first monitor in full screen. Oh, yay! I don't mind being a second screen streamer though. If you want to put me on your second screen, I won't take it personal. Shark Included says, I look. Oh, wait, alright, read that. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's tilt this a little, because the spears turned ever so slightly. So we'll move the circle to here. Connecting line to match. This to here. This down. Bolton says, well, you need 4 wheat. Hang on. 4 wheat. 4 wheat. This is part of the wheat thing. Wheat. Or 1 flour. Throw a little flour bag. And 3 wheat. Hang on. Oh, okay. So watermill is more efficient. Okay, so let's just assume 3 wheat. So 3 wheat, and how much is it for 1 bread? How much flour to make 1 bread? A little bread loaf. I was actually fairly recently doing exactly this to try and figure out how much. Oh, 3 flour for 1 bread. Okay. Finished drying my little bread. It's fresh out of the oven too, so it's got steam lines coming off it. And then 3 flour to 1 bread. So, very often the conversion rate isn't. So you'd assume doing labor would increase the value of something? It often doesn't. And in fact, compressing things makes it, yeah, compressing things? People very often buy by volume. So 3 to 1, 1 to 3, so, say... So... Let's say 9, say, hang on, wait, 12, 6, 2 would be the logical division. Lunch was very yummy. Oh, what'd you have? So because it takes 3 flour, you'd assume, hang on. 9, yeah, 9, 3, 1. You'd assume this. Chicken parm sandwich. Oh, wow, that is very, very, nice. So yeah, so 3 times 3 is 9, 1 times 3 is 3, obviously. So you'd assume this would be the general value structure, because, you know, it's 3 times this, and this. But then you've got, like, the service fee, like, because it costs infrastructure, you gotta build the thing, you gotta do the labor, this, that, and the other, the investment costs. So let's double all these. So let's make this 2, 6, 18, just to make things a little easier. And then we'll say 1 copper for labor, that makes that 7, and then that makes this, 3 times 7. 3 times 7 equals 21. But then we want to add a service fee to that conversion, so let's make that. Baking also requires salt, various other bits and pieces, so 7, 21, let's say 23. Yeah. 9 plus 10 equals 21. So I'd say... yeah, maybe something like this. 2 for wheat. 7 for a bag of wheat. And maybe 23 for a loaf of bread. Oh, hang on, but 1 copper to 12 wheat. Hang on, if it's 1 copper for 12 wheat, so this is for 1. If you want 1 for 12, Austin says 23 copper is kind of crazy. Hang on. Yeah. One copper equals 3 bread. Hang on. But then you've got... So you're doing this by the bushel. So if we've got 12 units of wheat per bushel... We can multiply all these by 12. So this would obviously be 24... Wait. Yeah, 24... 7 times 12 equals 84. 84, and 23 times 12 equals 276. 276. And then we'll divide all of these by... What's the number that all these are divided by? Hang on, wait. 276. 276 divided by 24 equals 11. So 11. 84 divided by 24 equals 3.5. 3.5. And then this is 1. So yeah, what about that? One for a bushel of 12 wheat. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know, man. You'll figure it out. Economics is hard. Maths is hard. Alright, let's go ahead and... Actually, hang on, wait. We gotta tidy up the... Wait. Oh no, that's the... Let's get the... Play it. So I'm just gonna grab all this wing stuff. Like so. Don't need that bit of hair. I'm gonna Control C, Control V, and Control T. Flip. Over to this side. Alright, that'll do. It's time to try to be a smart boy. Good luck! I hope you do better than I hope you have better luck than I did. Then this hair is going behind. So erase that. And that. And then we can merge these two layers together. Alright, so now I'm going to go ahead and do not a color select. We want to use a magic wand select. Grab everything outside. Also grab those two bits there and there. Yep, I'm going to use this to define the silhouette. So I'm just gonna go ahead and paste that. Wrong space. Control Shift I to invert selection. Fill. Go ahead and paint in this part here. Okay, cool. And now, we're gonna start doing the highlights. So, all the parts where the light's kind of creeping in underneath and shining onto it. And we're gonna start with just flat white. Actually, no, we're gonna do this in blue. And then we'll hue shift it to be whatever color we actually need it to be later. So yeah, we're gonna start with blue, but eventually this is all gonna be kind of like reds and yeah, reddy purple. I might add like a gradient to it as well. Let me know how it goes, Ozram. Curious as to what what you end up coming up with. Okay, that looks good. Red of the... This bracketing here. And then there's the highlights in the hair, also this intense red. So let's that. Ooh, also got a use this. That'll do. Alright, and the highlights on the head. So... tips. So it's not just highlighting the underside, but it's also the tips and the undersides. Something like that. That looks pretty cool. That. Something on this side. Okay, well, Fox is fading fast, but we are, I think, coming up to... Oh yeah, 15 minutes to go. So, considering who to raid into now. So if anyone has someone that they're a fan of, who's streaming, or someone that they think could use a little boost, friend or someone they know, let us know and we'll go say hi together. For now, let's add a filter mask to this. Hue shift into red. I'm doing it in blue because it's so much easier to see against the red sky. There we go. Okay, and bring back our silhouette. Put our silhouette underneath that. Orson says fire music. It is pretty good, isn't it? And we need like a green for the eyes. Like a neon green. Yeah, it's still FF14 raid music. Some of it's pretty wild. Let's bring back the shading. It's pretty good. Okay, I think this is working. Supposed to be a lot more spiky. Anyway, let's continue on with drawing these highlights. Turn off the saturation filter. There we go. Okay, that'll do for the highlights. I want to go in and add another layer that's kind of like the, where the light from the sky is going to be coming. So we'll do this in green. But yeah, there's going to be certain parts where, because the sun is, you know, there's going to be bounce light from the dunes, that sort of thing. But we're going to see not shading, highlights? Anyway, some lighting. I was going to say, so I took it backwards and started on how much someone would pay for 1 bread. That is 1 copper, and 1 copper would also be 3 flour and 9 wheat. Oh, okay. It's not perfect, but it's a start. But, yeah, that's the tricky thing with using precious metals. It's... Although a copper is a fairly common metal, shouldn't that be fairly obtainable? Like, I've got no idea how the currency works in this world, but yeah, shouldn't copper be fairly accessible as like a mineral? If it's anything like Minecraft, there's copper everywhere. And a copper coin would be like, you know, a couple of, you know, it'd be a couple of dozen coins from 1 ingot. Actually, yeah, maybe that'd be the way to do it. Like, how much copper is 1 loaf of bread worth? Like, actual, like, the copper resource. Because people are using the metal to trade with. If bread's worth more than... Sorry, if copper is worth more than bread, people are just gonna... Like the copper resource, people are just gonna melt that down, sell that, and then... Yeah. Because people have had that issue in the past. That's why it's illegal to deface... Oh, nobody, hello! It's illegal to deface currency in most countries because, you know, there's always a risk that the currency will become worth less than the material it's made out of. I think they're having that problem in America right now. Like, it costs more to... Like the value of the metal in, I think it's a nickel, is worth more than, you know, the value of a nickel. Looks really cool. Yay! I'm glad you think so. I've been struggling a bit with the imposter syndrome today, so I really appreciate that. Una says, how's the art going? Well, according to nobody, it's going well. But I've been struggling with imposter syndrome all day, so I'm doing my best to believe it. But Unit, welcome! Amogus. Amogus? Amogus reference? Ooh. It says hi! Nobody says, because you said imposter. Oh! Okay. The Amogus imposter reference. I see where you're coming from. But yeah, I'm drawing these sort of green lights in now, because I'm going to turn them into yellow. So the blue lights are going to be red. Actually, I've got a... So yeah, just to help me be able to see what I'm doing, the blue lights are going to be red, and then these green lights that I'm putting in, these are going to be, I think, yellow. But like a darkish... You know what, we'll, filter mask... Let's set them up now. Darken them down a bit. But yeah, that's what we're going for. Something like that. Luna says, oh yeah, that would be easy to work with. Yeah. I just finished streaming after 2 months. Huh? Oh, you came back. Oh, okay. Well done. How'd it go? Olsen says, well, yeah, in a way, but you need to mine or work for it. If you mine in a job, because all mines are owned by the state. You need to work for them to get into mining, but if you mine, you'll get raw copper, and it will need to be made to indigo, so you would be paid after. I mean, if you live in a place like Northland, you can just mine freely, but they don't use the concept of official mining. Oh, okay. Nobody says, it looks awesome! Yay, I'm glad you like it! Una says, pretty chill, no hiccups with stream quality. Oh, wonderful. Still need to tune the audio to be perfect, I haven't tested it out. Ah, yes, that's a constant battle, getting the audio right. I use, so I don't know if you've noticed, but when I talk, the audio gets quieter. And then when I stop talking, the audio comes back. If you're using OBS, that's pretty easy to set up. It's, hang on, it's called filters, compressor. Use compressor for that, and these are the settings I use. So if you just right-click on your desktop audio, and then go filters, hit the little plus button, and then add a compressor. If you can take a quick print screen of this, Unit, these are the settings I use. They work pretty well for me. Let me know when you've got it. Happy lucky nobody! Oh, you already set it up? Oh, cool. Alright. Says, what does the ratio do on the settings? Ratio? I don't know. I don't remember. Turtle, welcome! Hi! How you doing today, buddy? I don't know what the ratio does, but I know the threshold is, oh wait, no, the ratio's how much it reduces by, if that makes any sense. So the threshold is how much sound you need to be making to trigger it. The ratio is how much the music playing will be reduced by per decibel that you're talking by, if that makes any sense. So for every decibel that comes from the mic that is over the threshold, it'll reduce the desktop audio by about 30. So 29.5. Does that make sense? And then, yeah, the attack is how quickly... So, yeah, the attack is how quickly it'll make that change. So there's, like, you can have, like, a little bit of a lead, and I think release is how long it'll take to go back. So when I start talking, the attack is how quickly it'll respond, and then when I'm finished talking, the release is how long it'll take to fully return to me, you know, fully doing its thing. And I'm not sure what the output gain does. Dusky, hello, welcome! Turtle says, I'm pretty rubbish today, unfortunately. Solid 2 out of 10, but I'll be fine with your fabulous company. Aww. Well, I'm sorry you're having such a rubbish day, buddy, but I hope you can, you sound like you're still staying positive, so that's good. I'm glad. You haven't lost until you give up. And it sounds like you're far from giving up, so good. You're still winning. Turtle says, still time for a cheeky streak. Yay! Who needs clothes? But yeah, Dusky, hello! Rocking the cute new peak emote. It's actually kind of growing on me. I quite like the, I'm very happy with the flick of the ears. I spent a lot of time trying to get those ears flopping just right. Una says, just a quick one, just to get back into streaming. Oh, how long did you stream for? Turtle says, yeah, I'm holding on in there. You got this, buddy. Turtle says, cute! No, you. Osrin says, also, I gave a certain values to ingots, so technically one bread costs 1 copper, but in reality it costs 10 point thingies. Also, how many coins can a copper ingot be divided into? Because that might be the easiest way to do it. Because this isn't a fiat currency that you're working with here. If you're using precious metals, it can't be fiat. And fiat means by degree, for those non-economic nerds out there. But yeah, Turtle, I'm sorry you had such a rough day. If you want to talk about it, I'm here for it, buddy. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand too. That's a mood. But yeah. Turtle says, I once designed a culture that purposely had confusing currency. They were phenomenally rich, and they just liked everyone else having to bend into learning their crazy conversion. Oh, is that kind of like the American measurement systems? That's how I feel whenever I talk to it. Like, they've got their quarters. Hang on. I forget how many pennies go into a quarter and how many quarters go into, like, $1, and then as soon as you get to the dollars, it all starts making sense. But like, small change in America is just ridiculous. Austin says, well, and if 1 copper ingot is 10 points, the lowest you can divide it in 10 quartz crystals, because 1 crystal is 1 point, 10 of them is 10 points. Huh? Turtle says, very much so, lol. But they worship maths, so prime numbers were used a lot. Ah, I see, I see. I feel like this isn't quite yellow. Yeah, it's kind of greenish. Let's tweak this just a little. That's better. Turtle says, which is so unhelpful with currency, because one thing's be easily dividable. Yeah, that does sound like fun. Austrian says, okay, so look, you can buy a bread for 1 copper ingot, or 1 quartz crystal. Oh, or 10 quartz crystals. Oh, okay, okay, so... Oh, okay, so... But, hang on. So... But... What? So can a copper ingot be divided into copper coins, though? Like, what's a copper coin made out of? Oh, okay, we have no coins, only roaring. Oh, that's what you mean by a copper. Okay, when you said copper earlier, I assumed you meant coins. Oh, okay, that explains a lot. Um, but yeah, Turtle, I've come up with a few currency ideas. One was the scripts, so really just things. But another one for like the warrior society was knives or kunai. So they'd have these. So because this is like a desert punk Viking society, they're all about raiding, bullying their neighbors and stuff. The standard issue of currency was the kunai, and these kunai could be used as tools, this, that, or the other. But you could also add a hilt, like add a sorry, add a guard to it and a handle, and it'd be a pretty good knife. You could cut a socket into a slot of wood and stick it in there, and you'd have a couple of pins, and you have a pretty good spear. But also just as like throwing weapons, and so one kunai would be like a meal at an inn. And these would only be used to like buy fairly valuable things because it's only the warriors allowed to carry weapons. So only the warrior caste or the upper class or the upper to middle, upper middle to upper class were allowed to carry weapons. If you had a weapon, it meant that you were part of the upper class, so they didn't let their slave or serf peasant population use this currency. But oh, actually, that's Una. I'm getting to that. So, I also have one of those, and they'd also have wallets. So, I remember when I was looking up this, I found some really cool designs for kunai wallets that are kind of like they just got like a bunch of little slots here, and that you've got the kunai handles kind of like sticking out the top. Like that, and then I figured everyone would have like a bunch of these, and then they'd have like kunai in their wrist, like you've got your hand. You'd also have kunai in your or throwing knives in your wrist, and you'd be covered in like head to toe with weapons because that's the currency you're going to be using. Even traders are going to be armed to the teeth. The other idea was so for the jungle dwelling hippie society. So Unit says, if I try making a fantasy comedy, I start being a socialist capitalist and made a bank probably. They use what are called chops. So when someone does what they consider to be a great deed. So these are a bunch of like communes that live in trees, a bunch of hippies. But if someone so they all share everything communally. Because that's what a lot of societies did, especially isolated societies. And because they live in a dense jungle, they're all, like, even if they're, like, only a couple of kilometers away from each other, the difficulty of travel means that they're largely isolated. But if someone does what's considered to be a good deed, the commune will make a chop that's kind of like a block of bone with a carving sort of displaying the great deed. So, this is some big scary monster. And then there's the guy with the spear killing it. And based on the chop, they'd consider you to be X amount of friends. So you'd have access to resources that they'd have handy. If you want to come and stay, they're not just going to let anyone stay. But if you come with a chop from like a neighboring group, they'd be like, oh, okay, this guy's pretty cool. We'll let him stay. And if you come with like a chop that's like, really really intricate and really show something like really cool, like you know, you saved slaughtered a demon, or you brought some medicine that they really needed, or you know, there was a famine and you brought in food. They'll be like, oh, okay, cool, we'll share some of our, you know, spare stuff. We'll share you some silk. So the merchants are very, like, merchants from other societies are very obsessed with collecting these, and then going to these communes and being like, hey, I got this shop from a friend, do you have any, like, spare silk that I can, you know, spider silk that I can then take and sell in other places? It's kind of based off the Death Stranding. Am I doing this on the right layer? I'm on the wrong layer. It's kind of based off the Death Stranding currency system, where you get like stars based on like the more you deliver stuff to these places, the higher ranking you get, and the more of their spare stuff, and the more access they'll give you to various services at the facility. Yeah, I do so love playing around with currency ideas, because I feel like the currency really defines the population a lot of the time. And it's a good way to tell a bit of a story about, you know, the people you're interacting with through mechanics. Okay, we're doing the highlights. Turtle says, I really love that. Yay! Bruno says, it's a good way to learn inflation and supply and demand. Gotta make it just right. Or, more interestingly, you can make it wrong. On purpose. Because I feel like that's more realistic. When everything goes south. Like, it's more believable when a currency is made poorly and everything goes horribly wrong than when it's made perfectly and, you know, it just always works. Because that never happens in reality. I mean, have you seen our economies? My god! It's like a currency that's well thought out and doesn't break down? That's ridiculous. That could never happen. Silly. Uno says, gotta make it just right. That's when inflation kicks in from $1 to $350 to buy an empty flask. I mean, yeah. Pathologic does this. In the Pathologic game, when you first... So, in Pathologic, there's this plague that hits the town that you're trapped in called the Sandpest. And when you first start off, like, buying food and stuff is very cheap and affordable. But as the plague outbreak gets worse, and the quarantine of the town goes into effect, the price of everything just explodes rapidly. And it's a really interesting, like, it's a really cool way of telegraphing to the player how things are going in the town based on just how much things cost. Turtle says, speaking of fantasy in the stock market, have you heard of the book Economics by J. Zachary Pike? I have not heard of this. Tell me more. That sounds interesting. Says, imagine D&D parties, but it's organized guild and rich people could buy shares in adventuring parties. Oh, that does sound like fun. That sounds like a cool game idea. And it does make sense, because of, like, adventuring, getting all the gear together and all that, it'd be an expensive undertaking. So you would probably need some sort of investor. And adventurers, they're kind of, you know, rogues, wandering knights. Just they're not exactly made of money. Metal says it's really good satire book, like really good. Yeah. Have you heard of an anime called Spice and Wolf? It's basically the it's basically just economics 101 the anime. I really like it. It's also got Hollow, the wolf girl. It's a good time. Chaos says, wow, now I can stay for a while. Oh, welcome! Hey, Chaos! Congrats! How you doing, buddy? Total says, I don't do anime, unfortunately, sorry. Oh, okay. That's cool. It's not for everyone. Although I gotta say, you're missing out, buddy. There's a lot of good anime out there. Okay, let's take a peek at that. Boop. And boop. Chaos says, good! Was outside for a bit. Oh, wonderful! What'd you get up to? Total says, I've tried many. Oh, none of them worked for you? Nothing much, just enjoying some fresh air. Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm glad you got out. It's good for you. Hiccups. Turtle says, I'm not gonna bash anime because many people like it, but I don't like how everything is over the top, and the sheer amount of explosions in anime really pulls me out of it. Okay, I respect that. But also, I do kind of worry about what kind of animes you've been watching, because very often when I talk to people about this and they're just like, oh, I don't like anime because it's too many explosions or the stories are too dumb. The animes they're watching are usually like the they're like the Michael Bay Transformers. Oh, exposition. Yeah. So they're like it's like watching it's like only watching Michael Bay movies and just being like all Western films and shit. And he's be like, hey, you want to come watch Dune with me? It's this really thoughtful, beautiful piece about blah blah blah. And they're like, oh no, I don't like Western movies. There's too many explosions. I know you said exposition. No, I'm sorry. I misread that. But yeah, there's a lot of for example, Ghost in the Shell. There's barely any talking. They don't explain anything in that movie. There's plenty of animes where they don't explain anything ever, and it's kind of frustrating. But all the because of the work culture in Japan, Everyone's just completely burnt the fuck out all the time. And as soon as you're finished work, you don't want to like something where you have to think. You've been thinking all day. Fuck that noise. So, Yappy Fox. Wait, why is the sound effect not going off? Did I? Oh shoot, I never turned on the bot. Okay, sorry nobody. What was I saying? Yeah, because they're just completely burnt out. They don't want to think, so they really tend to explain everything and kind of make sure that the viewer understands exactly what's going on all the time, because they just assume that they're going to be burnt out and they're not going to want to really think much. So if you're looking for something that's a little more, oh wow! 10 stream streak, let's go! Well done, nobody! So if you want something that's a little more cerebral, that's there, but it's not going to be the popular stuff, because the popular stuff's popular because it's accessible, and because it treats the viewer like an idiot. So if you want something that's like more cerebral, something like Ghost in the Shell, Vampire Hunter D, what else is cool? I mean, they're the go-tos for me, at least. Vampire Hunter D and Ghost in the Shell, the original. Just pure art. Angel's Egg. Oh my god, Turtle, if you hate exposition, and you hate being told what's going on, try Angel's Egg, because you have, like, you can watch that movie a dozen times, and you'll still have no idea what the fuck just happened. Yeah, Angel's Egg's hilariously bad at exposition. They tell you nothing. I think it's like 10 lines in the whole movie. Turtle says, to be honest, I don't really watch any TV movies at all. Never mind anime. Ah, okay, that's fair. But there is a lot to animes. It's a whole world of nonsense. Wait, we don't want to draw that. There we go. But yeah, all these films that I mentioned, they're more about art than like Vampire Hunter D. Every frame in that movie is just like you could take any still from that movie and put it up on a wall. It's just that pretty. Ghost in the Shell's the same. So many like, and this just one gorgeous moment in the Ghost in the Shell where it's no talking, there's no dialogue. It's literally just a boat ride down a canal while some beautiful music plays and Motoko, the main character, is just admiring the scenery. And it rains, and it's beautiful. And it's just gorgeous. Like, you could take any screenshot from that sequence and put it on a wall, and people would be like, oh yes, this is art. But yeah, I do understand, some people just aren't cinemaphiles. I respect that. It's okay, buddy. I'm just gushing over. I'm just taking the opportunity to gush over some of my favorite animes. Don't think I'm like trying to sell it on you or anything. I'm just enjoying yapping about it. Also says, so technically I made two systems. One system, copper ingots, gives you the exact amount. One bread equals one copper, one cup of flour, etc. But to combat the idea of buying raw materials to make into baked goods, I made system 2, where the material gets more raw, its prices get higher. Make it this. Why don't you just make a fiat system? Like, just make a fiat system. Just have, like, a piece of paper that says 1 Ausrian unit, and then you can define it however the frick you want. Oh, Turtle says, nice. I enjoy that you enjoy it. Yay. Okay, I'm gonna put a couple of like little wrinkles on the pants so it's so it doesn't look like she's not wearing any pants. 'Cause I don't think nudity was quite what the Electroshock was intending for this piece. Not that we have anything against nudity, but just not what we're looking for here. I feel like the arms could be a little longer. Yeah, I think they're a bit short, especially when you're on the silhouette. They look too short. Okay, let's fix that real quick. Should be an easy fix. Just gotta move the line art, which is this one. Boswian says, I'm not able to make something similar to Paper Money. What, you can't just, like... So they don't have books in this world? What about... Hang on, wait, also, what about something that's universally unvaluable, but is difficult to access? Like, So there was actually a... So, the knife currency that I told you about before. When I was researching that to see if anyone had done this already, it turns out there was actually one case of the Sky's Looking Sick. Oh yeah, I'm glad you like it. I'm actually surprised at how well it worked out. So, in China, what is now central China, there was a period where they were actually using knives as currency because they were difficult to make. Everyone agreed they had value, and they were easy to move around. Eventually, the knives became smaller, more portable, until they just basically became like little sort of knife-shaped tokens that were about, you know, the size of a coin. But yeah, you could make your currency something interesting like that, something that's made, like, I don't know, but is, you know, fairly cheap, universally available. Wait, Ozrian! You're thinking of rice! So, rice in Japan was used... Pine cones, yeah, well, maybe maybe we're coming at the same thing, Reverb. Rice in Japan and China was used as currency for the longest time. And in fact, all throughout Southeast Asia, rice was used as a currency for a long time. What if you made your base unit of currency the wheat? Make wheat your base unit of currency. And then, you know, you can make bread your secondary unit. So you know how in most worlds you've got copper, silver, and gold. In your world, you could make it wheat, flour, and bread. So yeah, one wheat would be worth 3 flour. Well, no, because you got to grind it and everything. So 1 wheat would be worth 4 flour. And wait, no, sorry. 1 flour would be worth 4 wheat, and 1 bread would be worth 4 flour. Rhubarb says, my board game, the base currency is people. Ooh, I had a, I did have a system where, people was a currency. There was like this, so the fourth currency is actually people. So there's this arc. So occasionally, so you've got the water, and then occasionally you will have a volcano do its thing under the water. And occasionally, when these volcanoes do their things, they'll create these massive basalt boulders. But because basalt is porous, it'll have all the gases from the volcano sort of locked inside it. So it'll float to the top, and you'll wind up having, and it's not like a solid bubble, it's like all these different smaller bubbles. So you have these basalt rocks that'll just kind of like float around until eventually, they get waterlogged and they sink. But yeah, for a while you have these floating islands floating about. So there was this one civilization of kind of like raiders, like evil elves, that found one of these. They applied tar to the top part of it, and then rolled it over, and then so the tar is now on the bottom part, and then carved out the top of it and made basically a floating island. And they put sails and stuff on so they can move it around. But they were like a slaver society, so and then they built their civilization that on top of their mobile thing, and they just kind of like roll around and just go raiding. And their currency was in fact slaves, and the way they denominated this is they'd have a slave, and they would tattoo their back with tattoo, blah, 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 and then that'd be the currency of the person. And then when they, when they died, they take that slip, and that'd be still worth one slave, and they use that to kind of like, anyway. Good times. Austrian says, "Oh my god, you're so fucking smart. I'm about to kiss you on the mouth. I forgot about rice, or generally what trade was happening in Romania and Europe." Yeah. Rubo says, "Rockboat." So I didn't mean my games like that. It's more manpower. I mean, yeah. There's also, I also had another one where, so like a hell currency. So this is for the Morkborg game. You could actually take a person. So what you do to make a Hellfire ingot is, you would take a block of stone, carve out like a little, like make it into a sarcophagus, carve out a hole in it, and then you'd have another block that's the same size as the hole. You would then put this block over a fire, and you'd put a person in it. Sucks to be that guy. And then you'd fill it with, bits of metal, different kinds of metal to make a certain alloy, and then you take this block and you put it on top. And then you slowly crush and cook the person until they become like this flat sheet of human and metal. And the idea is that because the person is sealed inside the metal, their soul would get trapped inside as well. And then you'd take that metal and you do that thing that they do with steel, like, the thousand-folded katana blade. You take it, you'd fold it over, and you'd hammer it. And then you take it and fold it over and hammer it until you wind up with an ingot, and you just keep beating until you beat out all the impurities. But the person's soul is still trapped in there. That's his face. He's not having a good time. And then this would be like a pocket-sized ingot, and that's how they made hell iron. And it was literally people's souls, tortured souls trapped inside this metal for all eternity. And yeah, the demons would trade these bits of metal because the soul's still in there, and they can still extract the soul and get it to do things for them. Rue says basically a tomb that crystallized suffering into a mineral. Exactly. Mineralized suffering. Good times. But yeah, Ozvan, I'm glad you like the idea. Sometimes it's the simplest things, Alright, let's finish these highlights. But I do so love economics. Economics and logistics. I've always been a bit of a nerd when it comes to these things. Frick, I'm painting on the wrong layer. Rubo says, in my world, the Fae trading charms. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty cool. Where's the line art layer? Where did my line art layer go? Where the frick is my line art? Oh, I deleted it accidentally at some point. Oops. Rubab says, the more intricate the charm, the rarer the material it is made of, the more it's worth. Oh, okay. There is examples of this being done, once again, in China. Specifically northern China. So the knife example is central China. There are examples of people using carved bone as currency. Oh, actually, okay. So here's the wildest form of currency I've heard of. So take a stone, carve it into a circle. So hang on, let's do this in 3D. So take a stone, and I'm gonna lay this down because it's gonna be. So yeah, so you got a stone, and you carve it into a sort of disc shape, you know, like a fat coin. Then drill a hole in the middle. Now make this coin about the size of a car. So you got this big old stone. This is the size of a car, and now use this as currency. It sounds ridiculous, but there was some Polynesian cultures that would do exactly this. And like you were saying, the more intricate the charm, the rarer the material, blah, blah, blah. The reason that they were using this currency is because it was so difficult to make them. So people associate a value with them. But they'd be incredibly difficult to move. And you'd think, you put a rock the size of a car on a canoe, and again, these are Polynesian peoples, these are islanders, and they're not exactly, So you put this on a canoe, you can imagine accidents are gonna happen, and it's gonna wind up in the water. No problem. What they would do is, they would trade the idea of the rock. So they would all they would all be communicating with each other, and they'd all sort of collectively agree that this person owns this rock that everyone agrees is at the bottom of the ocean. But if this person wanted to trade something for this rock, they would just say to everyone, "Hey, I'm trading this really cool makut, like this shark tooth sword, for ownership of this rock that we all know is at the bottom of the ocean." And this would be considered fair trade. Which sounds mental. But if you know anything about cryptocurrency, and stick with me here, it's the exact same way something like Bitcoin works. Bitcoin works by using a distributed ledger. There's, you've got one Bitcoin, and, well, one Satoshi, but whatever. Just to keep things simple. You've got one BTC, and everyone agrees that person A owns this one BTC. And then if person A wants to trade to person B, it's just sent to everyone. Everyone is told, hey, this trade is happening. It's added to everyone's ledgers, and then the transfer happens. Nothing's actually moving, but everyone agrees that this unit of value is being moved from this person to this person. So the Polynesians figured out Bitcoin before we did. Anyway, I just thought that was really interesting, and yeah, they used it for the longest time. Invisible rock that you don't own. But thing is, they did kind of have this surprisingly advanced idea of currency that currency could be... The currency literally was just something that was in our heads. And they embraced this fact. They weren't pretending like we do. We pretend like money has value. It doesn't. It's just a piece of paper. It's not backed by anything. It's literally just some person in some government institution printed out a whole bunch of these and is telling everyone that they're valuable. And we all buy into it. Because we have to. But the Polynesians, they didn't even bother with this. They just accepted that this is all bullshit. It's all made up numbers. But they used it like... Yeah, they just accepted this and rolled with it. Pun. Because they were big rolling rocks. So yeah, financing is wild. People use cowrie shells. People have used silk. But very rarely barter. So a lot of people assume that prior to modern currency, people were just bartering for things. You know, you'd have, you know, you trade an apple for a sock. That we don't have any evidence of that ever actually happening in human history. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We seem to, again, with the grain thing, people would immediately find some sort of store of value, usually grains at first, and then they'd move into precious metals or something else. The only times when we see barter happening is when either societies break down, like in the Soviet Union, or when you're dealing with merchants. So very often merchants on the Silk Road, they trade silk for... You wouldn't have one merchant taking silk all the way from China to Britain. It'd be they come along, they trade, you know, this silk for something they needed, and then they go back and then trade, and then someone else will come along, trade something that they have for the silk, come along, and then they just continue passing it on. And that's where barter came in. All these Silk Road traders kind of like passing silk along, silk and spice and stuff along the road. But aside from that, barter was it seems to have very rarely been used in history. Anyway. I told you I was a finance nerd. Where guy claimed to have Big Rock, but Big Rock didn't exist? No, but again, that's the thing. It was a high trust society. In a low trust society, you get those issues. But when you have a society where everyone knows each other, it's kind of ideal. Because in a way, you're also trading in honor and respect. And if you get caught lying about this sort of thing, everyone's gonna know, and you're gonna get, you know, you're gonna get blacklisted. But yeah. You also have narcotics. Is a very popular currency in some instances, i.e. in the prison system. Cigarettes are apparently very popular as a sort of pseudo-currency in incarceration. Hi, nobody! I thought you were gonna bed. Nobody, aren't you supposed to be resting? I don't like this song. This song's a bit noisy. Nobody says, yeah, I can't sleep. Oh, poor thing. That could be frustrating. Whoever says I have like 10 minutes left of work, I ain't scanning no more. Are we Are we on scanner strike? So Austrian, how's the weak currency working out for you? Just nobody says. Also, how long will we stream today? Well, I was actually gonna call it quits a little while ago, but Total rocked up and we all started yapping about economics, and I got all excited because, and we started talking about anime, and I got all excited because I was talking about anime and economics, my two favorite things. But we should probably wrap it up soon because I need to. We do have to. Oh man, we're almost going for 4 hours. Yeah, I do need to conserve my foxiness for tomorrow. I forgot how to make it and made a triangle scheme. You made a pyramid scheme? Did you accidentally make an MLM? Rebo says, I was shocked you're still live, to be honest. You usually go off alone after 2 for me, and it's almost 4. What? No, I should usually go offline at 3 for you, because I usually go... Huh? Do we have another daylight savings event? Yes, Common takes a lot of your energy. It really does. It really, really does. Well, I mean, streaming Cobblemon takes a lot of energy, because I'm playing Cobblemon, and I'm trying to yap at the same time. Yeah. I'm just 1 hour over. Although the Cobblemon days go a lot longer. Rose says, I look at the first number and only think it's that time. Yeah, that's fair. Austrian says, it's like a circle, but with 3 corners. You have bread that you buy with wheat, and flour is made with wheat that makes bread. But isn't that good? Like, I feel like that's a good thing, though, because you're incentivizing more bread being put in the system. And if there's one thing we know about people, they like money. So if you're incentivizing people to flood the market with food, is that a good thing? Nobody says, I'm hyped for Cobblemon. Hang on. If you buy bread... Yeah. I mean, honestly, it sounds kind of ideal. Austin says, I did not say it was bad. Yeah, it sounds like it's a... Like... Sounds pretty win to me. Although, if you want to avoid any problems with that, again, you could make a... Is there a way to... Like in Minecraft, you can have notebooks that you write in. Is there a way to do that in your version of Minecraft? Well, okay, so what if you have 1 wheat being a base unit of currency? Almost time to end stream. Yeah, we should probably wrap it up in 10 minutes. So what if you had... So what would happen a lot of times is you'd have a centralized granary, and everyone would take granary, and everyone would take their wheat to this thing, and then you have the granary operator would then give each person a slip of paper that would say, this person has deposited X amount of grain to this place, and then at any time they can come back and swap that piece of paper for the grain back. But they could give, if they wanted to, so, this is a farmer person, we'll give him a farmer hat. Anytime this farmer could give the paper slip to a backsmith in exchange for, like, a new scythe. So, paper for scythe. And then this blacksmith would then go to the granary and trade the paper for the wheat. So, yeah, you could have a system where grain is the base unit of currency, and then just have these slips of paper be redeemable for this grain at the silos. In fact, that's where most currencies come from, like most modern paper currencies come from. So yeah, you could just have written in these books, you know, have a book that says this is this book is redeemable for 100 bushels of wheat. But the bread flour, the wheat bread flour thing also works really well. In fact, there was a bit of a problem in the early days of America, where everyone would be depositing their gold, and what it says. So now there are like 2 systems: copper and grain, and 5 ways to do it. That sounds like that sounds like a hassle, but it also sounds very historically accurate. As I was going to say, there was actually no, Florence would be a better example. In Italy, they had a bit of a situation where people would be depositing their gold into banks. And in exchange, they get these little bits of paper that would say, you know, you've got X amount of gold at this bank. And then people would be trading. And so what you kind of wound up having was almost like a private currency system. Like a fiat currency that was run entirely by these banking cartels. And it worked for a while until it didn't. But for a while it worked. Alright, let's see how this works. Alright, looking pretty good.
To all of my children in whom life flows abundant, to all of my children to whom death hath passed his judgment.
MSMX, welcome! Oh, stretch! We're about to wrap things up. Ugh. Anyway, if anyone wants to guide the raid, now would be the time to do it. We'll be wrapping up in 6 minutes? 6 minutes.
Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of brothers. Walk free, walk free.
MSMX says, ooh, do I get enough points for that? I have... I do got enough points for that left, but I'll have like 1k left. I mean, it's okay. It's not like we've got anything else to spend any of the points on yet. We're a bit lacking in the redeems department right now. I do apologize. Nobody says I don't have anyone. Aw. You got us, nobody. Whatever happens, nobody, you'll still have us. MSMX says 5-stream streak, well done! Actually, yeah, just in time. You almost lost it. Just a couple of minutes later and you would have lost your streak. Oh no. SMX says fair, but I still prefer having it as much as I spend it on it, I guess. Ah, okay, that's fair. It's good to be frugal. But then, money only has value when you spend it. We've been talking a lot about economics today. We've been talking about economics for the last hour. About. You've come at an interesting time. Okay, let's take a peek at how that looks. Boop. Coming along well. MSMX says, yeah, heard a little about that gold stuff. I ain't learned about that history. Oh man, you missed out. I mean, if you want to learn some more history, consider, I don't know, checking out the VOD. We talked about the car-sized stone donuts that were used by some Polynesian societies. We talked about the knives that were used as currency in some parts of East Asia. We talked about rice being used as currency. We talked about blockchain currencies. We talked about what else did we talk about? A lot of stuff. Knives? Yeah. Knives? wait, that's the one you take issue with? Not the giant stone donuts? Dude, they were using stone donuts the size of a car as currency. And you fixate on the knives? I mean, okay, whatever gets your going, but these were Polynesians too. These are guys rowing around in canoes. But yeah, Central China, or what is now Central China. That one didn't register. You're right. Because everyone agreed that knives were valuable, they were useful, and everyone needed them, and they took time. Yeah, for a little while they were using knives, but very very quickly they realized that knives are kind of awkward and difficult to handle, and they were just honestly trading the idea of knives anyway. So the knives that were using as currency got smaller and smaller and smaller until they just kind of like became vaguely knife-shaped metal tokens, and yeah, they basically just became coins after a while. I can understand why the the giant stone donuts didn't register though. It is a bit of a silly story. Yeah, cowrie shells have been used as currency. People have been used as currency. Dark days. Just adding a couple of these highlights to the clothing so that she doesn't look like she's naked. We don't want people to assume that they're floating around stalkers, because I don't think, not that we have anything against that, but I don't think that's the vibe that Lovejoy Shark's going for. MSMX says, okay, I thought you said Polynesians. Yay, slavery. No, Polynesians. It's the Pacific Islander folks. Really cool people too. They have a very distinctive accent and a very, very distinctive body type. A number of times I've gone to like nightclubs or something where there's been like a Polynesian bodyguard that's, well, yeah, door guard. That's, the guy's built like a house. Like this guy's huge. He's got arms thicker than my head, and he's just standing there cross-armed, and you kind of like show him your huh? No, that's how you spell the word. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Sorry, I was raised on spell checker. You show him your ID card, driver's license, whatever, and he's like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks, bro. Let's have a good night, that cuz. Good to see you again, by the way. Take it easy, alright? Just these, like, very, very polite, very soft-spoken voice coming out of this hulking warrior. It's just, yeah. They're beautiful people, though. Like, just really, really cool. Great to have at your back in a bar fight. Because as friendly and kind as they are, they know how to throw hands. Or at least the ones I've met have. I shouldn't generalize so much. But yeah. MSMX says, I forgot if I learned that culture indeed... Oh, I forgot I learned about that culture. Indeed, impressive builds. Yeah. And really friendly. Like, you see someone built like that and you just assume they're gonna be like a massive blockhead, but they're extremely, yeah. And the accent is what always gets me. It's such a soft, chirpy accent. Okay, well, I think, as much fun as I'm having, I think it's about time we pulled the raid. So, this is what we got. Looking pretty good. Finally. God, I was actually low-key kind of terrified about this for a while. I wouldn't be able to pull it off, but we made it. We'd like to scale up the hands a bit, because I feel like the arms were a little stumpy, but aside from that, looking pretty good. So, let's go scout. Scout for a raid. Again, if anyone has anyone they'd like to... Oh, actually, how about we ride into Starby? Starby is hopefully going to be joining us for Cobblemons tomorrow. If they have time. If no one has anyone else they'd like to raid, I'm still open to ideas, but yeah, Starby sounds good. Oh, cute! They're doing art fight, and they're drawing someone. Oh, they're drawing a cute little person riding in a dinosaur onesie, riding a dinosaur. All right, cool. Well, / raid Starby. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming along. It was a bit of a stressful. It was a bit stressful for a little bit there. Not gonna lie. Imposter syndrome hurts, and it never goes away. For anyone who's aspiring to be an artist or yeah, is an artist, it never goes away. I've been an artist for like 10 years, and even when I'm doing something that I'm a professional in, like modeling, I still have moments of feeling like I've got no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, we pushed through, and I feel like we're well on our way to getting this character finished, and this whole art piece finished. It's been a lot of work. Feels like I'm gonna take a bit to whittle down someone for me. I'm cool with them. See ya. Okay. But yes. So tomorrow is the big Cobblemon event. For anyone who hasn't got their thing set up, let me know ahead of time. I generally don't help with setting them up, on the day, but yeah. I got some things I need to get that fixed up too. But yes, so we're going to be going to join Staraby now, who joined us last Cobblemon session. And yeah, thank you so much for coming along. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too. Oh, special thanks to Osrian. And Turtle. I do so love talking economics. So thank you so much for getting me going on that and entertaining me. But yes, thank you so much for coming, and I will see you next time. Bye.
Oh, Fox! Hi, Missy. Hi, Fox. How do you doing? Hi, Foxray. Hello, Foxray. Wow, wow. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. How was art? Oh, you guys were doing emotes, right? Because I remember, Fox, you said to me before that you do emotes on a Friday. Howdy, hey guys! If you don't know me, howdy, hey, hi! I'm B. I go by she, them, variety streamer and artist, and we're currently doing a love tech for Art Fight. I might seem a wee bit out of it. I apologize. Fox Ray, hello, MSM. Hi, Fox. Hi, Rissy. Okay, hi, Turtle. Hi, Yemi. Hi, Nobody. Arting and fighting, yes. Some of you might know me from the Cobblemon server. Not today. Doing an album cover commission. Ooh, that's cool. No, I remember you said you do emotes on the Friday. I was like, oh, we do emotes. That's why I assumed. Okay. Gee, Barney looks so basic. Holy hell. Okay, I can make it work though. I can make Barney work. What's the hex code with Barney? Like the Barney... No, not microwaves. Have one try. But like, that's too dark. Actually... that could work, actually. Silly. What? I never watched Barney. I never grew up with Barney. I kind of saw it in the background occasionally of stuff. I think 009... 8, 4, 9. If you need to bring run, I understand streaming, texting, watching, texting. If you want to chill with us for a bit, you can. We're drawing Barney the dinosaurs as the Brachiosaurus because, yes. The cute dino regardless, thank you. I can't draw dinosaurs. The context behind this, though, you're probably wondering, like, if you know, this is an inkling, like someone's Splatoon character, and you're probably wondering, why are you drawing with a dinosaur? This is relating. I grew up with Art Tech. Oh, Art Tech's great. Yes, go BRB. Can I also